On va voir ce que ça donne. Hein.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes. Can I help you?
Good morning, Constable. I would like to speak to the fellow who was arrested at Woodman's Lee last night.
Ah, the young man. He's waiting in the interrogation room. You can go straight through. His belongings are held in the evidence room.
Thank you.
Mr. Holmes?
These are the suspect's belongings. A handkerchief with the initials J.H.M. A pocket knife. It was used to force the door of Peter Carey's cabin. And partner, 1883. From R. Dawson. To my friend, Dawson. I've seen this name before. Perhaps my archive holds...
J'espère qu'on m'entend bien. J'espère qu'on m'entend bien. Ça va, c'est correct.
The answer. The notebook that we found on Peter Carey's cabin floor. These abbreviations mean something, but what? These are the suspect's belongings. These abbreviations. Locked.
Mr. Holmes?
C'est drôle, ils ont tous la même voix.
Does this notebook belong to you?
Yes. But where did you find it? I did not know... I thought I'd lost it at the hotel.
What do these abbreviations mean?
No, I beg you, I can't. If I told you, it would only make things worse.
But I will find out eventually, Mr. Nelligan. The sea knife was found near Carey's body. Tell me, Mr. Nelligan, did Mr. Carey try to defend himself or to attack you with it?
I don't know. I didn't kill anyone.
The police seized this valuable ring from you. Whose is it?
I didn't steal it from anyone. It has always belonged to me.
The ring's date of engraving is many years ago. You would have been a child then, hardly in any position to receive such an item from a partner. So, Mr. Nelligan, who is the true owner of the ring?
The ring is mine.
So, Mr. Nelligan, who is the true owner of the ring?
The ring is mine.
Choisissez la bonne réponse.
So, Mr. Nelligan,
The ring is mine.
no, Mr. Nelligan. I believe that the ring had belonged to your father.
Oh, but how do you know?
The jacket you are wearing is made of an expensive fabric that only a man of exceptional wealth could afford. You do not seem to me to be a rich man, Mr. Nelligan. Furthermore, the garment is ill-fitting. It is quite clear that it belonged to someone else, most probably your father. With your father gone and taking with him the family's wealth, as a little boy you had to find yourself a manual job, and it was most probably cleaning fish. You cut your hands often while working. I can tell from the scars.
I'm speechless, Mr. Holmes. It all happened exactly as you say.
Well, I will see you soon, young man.
Please, let me go! What am I doing here? I've done nothing wrong.
I need to stage a reconstruction. I'm sure that Watson would be happy to oblige.
Hop, attendez 2 petites secondes. Allez, merci. Alors, est-ce que c'est ça? Non. Non plus. Bon, écoutez. Hop.
Mr. Holmes?
These are the suspects. A pocket knife. A handkerchief. These are breathing.
Mr. Holmes? At your service, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes?
Là, ils ont vraiment mis le même doubleur. Ouais, il me manque vraiment 2 indices.
Brave Toby. The best nose and my analysis table. It is useful for my work. A spot of whaling, Watson. Would you care to take part?
Are you serious?
No. But we do need to clarify what happened on the night of Black Peter's murder.
A reenactment, then? Is something bothering you?
The sailor's knife, Watson. Why was it on the floor?
Peter Carey attempted to defend himself?
It is possible. But if that is the case, then it alters many things.
I don't quite follow you.
Tell me, my friend, what is the animal closest to man, morphologically, I mean?
Ah, I see what you're getting at, Holmes. You asked me that once before, on the Ripper case, I believe. Do you want to slit some more pigs' throats?
No.
Well, thank goodness for that.
I wish to impale one with a harpoon.
Wonderful.
Watson, let us pay a visit to our butcher friend in Whitechapel. We require the carcass of a well-fed pig.
And the harpoon?
One of the harpoons on the wall of Black Peter's cabin should do quite nicely. Do it. Now I am ready for the experiment. The ship's logs of the Sea Unicorn for the years 8... It seems that the garden was well maintained. These foot...
Who could do such a thing? My poor husband.
It seems that the garden was well maintained.
Well, here we are in the preparation room. I can't say that I like the smell of it much. What do you intend to do?
To indulge myself in a little experiment. The challenge of lancing a pig's carcass with a heavy harpoon.
A little experiment?
Stand aside, Watson. This might be dangerous. I am not well practiced in this exercise. Yet.
Holmes, you should aim for the mark in order to perform the most reliable test. Holmes, you should try to aim better and throw as hard as you can. The harpoon has struck the body, but with insufficient strength to pierce it straight through.
This is the best possible result that I could get. Do you see, Watson? Throwing a harpoon and pinning a man to a wall requires either exceptional strength and training or diabolical luck.
If it was luck, then it was a chance in 1,000 that night.
Well, yes. Let us leave now.
All right. But before we go, I suppose I'll have to pay for all these carcasses you've happily mangled.
Very well, but please hurry.
Of course.
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
Si t'as mon service, je veux bien les archives.
Mr. Holmes?
Stuff. Ça c'est les pièces de conviction.
Locked.
What am I doing here? What am I doing here? I've done nothing wrong.
Pour l'instant.
Mr. Holmes?
J'avais cru y voir une boîte.
Who could do? Who could?
Old navigate. This place is an object was taken from here. It was larger than a book, a box, or This place is not covered with an object was taken from here. It was larger than a book, a box, or a small chest, perhaps.
Who could do such a thing?
These foot... Brave Toby. My analysis table. It is useful for my work. That is not the one I need. That is not the one. That is not. That is
Je vais faire un par un.
that is that is not that is that is not that is that.
Voilà.
Now I begin to understand that young man's story, but I am still unclear as to what connects him with the murder. It's time to ask him.
Voilà. Commence à avoir des bonnes infos.
Good gracious, you caught someone. At least
My analysis table. A map of London and the surrounding area. It could be useful. Well,
Ok, donc ça marche.
I have heard the story of Dawson and Nelligan, the West Country bankers.
Yes, Joshua Nelligan was my father.
I am aware that it had a bad ending. When the bank failed, it ruined half the families of Cornwall, whereupon Joshua Nelligan disappeared.
My father was under extraordinary pressure. Dawson had retired. I was only 10 years of age at the time, but it was still old enough to feel the shame that befell our family. My father was convinced that he could pay off all his debts if the creditors gave him time. He set sail for Hammerfest in Norway in his small yacht, just a few days before an arrest warrant was issued. He left my mother a list of the securities he was taking. No word was ever heard from him again. We believe that his vessel went down, taking with it everyone and everything on board.
Thank you for the story, Mr. Nelligan. At last, we are making some progress. Interesting. Joshua Nelligan and Peter Carey were both at sea in Norway. There is definitely some connection between Peter Carey and Joshua Nelligan's disappearance. (1883). That's the one I need. This is the crew list of the Sea Unicorn. This is the crew list of the Sea Unicorn. Log notes for June. Nothing unusual. Log notes for June. Nothing unusual. Log notes for July. Nothing special. Log notes for August. These pages have been torn away. Log notes for August. Canadian Pacific Railway, CPR. A torn piece from a bond certificate. I have seen this abbreviation somewhere very recently. There are 3 ways of discovering what happened in August of 1883 aboard the Sea Unicorn. The first 2 of these will require speaking with a dead man. The last would be to locate vital witnesses, the sailors involved in this whale hunt campaign.
Mr. Holmes? At your service, Mr. Holmes.
These are the I wonder if these are Now we have the proof that Nelligan's papers were indeed here. It seems that they have vanished, however.
On n'a pas assez de preuves.
Tell me, Mr. Nelligan, what exactly were you hoping to find inside Peter Carey's cabin?
I was trying to find some information about my father.
I assume you had another purpose, to retrieve the bond certificates. Am I correct?
Yes. I discovered some time ago that a few of the missing securities had reappeared on the London market. You can imagine my amazement. I spent months trying to find them, and at last I discovered that the original seller had been Captain Peter Carey. These papers, they belong to my family, but I could not find them now.
Well, I will see you soon, young man.
Ouais, j'ai bien fait de pas l'accuser tout de suite. Parce qu'au final... il y a moyen ce qui me donne des bonnes infos.
Something new, Watson. I have the list of sailors who were aboard the Sea Unicorn. We shall soon learn what happened to Nelligan's father. I have only to find them. Let us hope they are still working at the harbour.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard...
I doubt it, Watson. And really, I would prefer that all of this remains quiet for now. But I have another solution. I'll call in the specialist.
And who might they be?
The secret police division of Baker Street.
Ah, you mean young Wiggins and his gang?
Yes. Believe me, you'll receive more useful assistance from these little urchins than from a dozen yard detectives. Those children are everywhere. They see and hear everything, and they are cunning. All they lack is organization. I'll summon them.
How will you do that?
There is always a watch beneath our window. I have only to call him.
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, I need you to track down certain people for me. I'll give you a list. You can read, can't you?
Big Oliver from our gang. He can, because his father is the coachman of a famous lawyer.
Fascinating. Here is the list of sailors.
Sailors? Easy. Just got to look where the rum and the red lights are.
Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Holmes, but the inspector asks that you come to the station as soon as possible.
Thank you. I'll be there shortly.
Mr. Holmes, I'm glad to see you.
As always, what happened?
We have a new suspect, Liam Hurtley. I'm thinking that this case will be resolved very quickly now.
Interesting. Pray tell.
Well, the constable that I left at Woodman's Lee noticed a suspicious individual prowling around during the night.
Do you have him here?
Yes, he refuses to speak with us, but we'll make him talk.
Let us hope so.
Ah, yes, and one more thing. The constable told me that at the time of his arrest, the fellow was writing a letter.
Do you have it?
Of course. It's in the evidence.
Salut à toi.
At your
Merci pour le follow.
Admit that for once, Mr. Holmes, Scotland Yard is a step ahead.
Comment tu vas?
Breathtaking. These are the suspect's belongings. A pen. The stains are fresh. They can be removed with the proper chemicals. Liam Hurtley's old boot.
Je trouve que ça collerait bien avec les empreintes trouvées dès le départ.
A pen.
l'interroger. D'accord, donc là comme ça collerait pas. Ouais, on serait quand même plus sur quelqu'un qui a une bonne force. Ah, ça a l'air de bien coller quand même, hein.
These boots match the footprints exactly.
Voilà, ça fait une preuve de plus. Bah, à la base, lui, il était comme ça. Ouais. Là, comme ça collerait bien. Du coup, il l'aurait empalé. Ce qui collerait bien. Hop. Je vais d'abord faire analyser la lettre, ce sera plus simple. Hop.
I need to prepare a chemical agent that is capable of removing fresh ink. For this purpose, the chemicals from the flasks should be combined in a certain order to perform a chain reaction. First condition, all 7 reagents should be used. Second condition, orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent. No, something isn't right. I need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
Oh, on va essayer. Je trouve il faut faire... non. Un bleu, un vert, un bleu. Ah, j'ai peut-être trouvé.
No, something isn't right. I need to start the reaction from the beginning again. First condition. All 7 reagents should
Il faut que je les utilise tous.
Second condition. Orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent.
Ouais.
Third condition. Colorless reagent
Okay.
should be added after the orange reagent.
D'abord le bleu.
Done. Now I can proceed further. Let us see if the content of this letter sheds a little light upon the mystery.
Hop. Ah, c'est tout sale, hein.
I did as you asked and hid them well. Interesting. How would Hurtley react to this?
Voilà.
A new suspect, but this one refuses to talk.
A map of London and
Cette fois-ci, on est bon pour l'interrogatoire.
please escort this suspect for interrogation. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I would like to ask you a few questions.
I've already told the police that I've nothing to say. And you're not even part of the police.
Precisely. And considering your situation, it might be wise to speak with someone who is, shall we say, rather more neutral. You are a suspect in a murder case.
I know. Inspector Lestrade told me. It's ridiculous.
Could you at least tell me who you are, and exactly what happened that you should be brought here?
My name is Liam Hurtley. That I can tell you. But you're not getting any more than that.
Well, we shall see. Tell me, Mr. Hurtley, what were you doing at Woodman's Lee?
Woodman's Lee? I've never been there.
The second pair of boots that you had with you when you were arrested perfectly match the footprints found near the cabin where Peter Carey was murdered.
Footprints? That's your proof? How many men have boots like mine? That doesn't make me a murderer.
Now that your presence at Woodman's Lee has been proven, would you care to explain it?
I don't remember. What would I be doing there anyway?
Des merdes. Je sais pas, je trouvais que ça collait bien le fait qu'il ait des mains de jardinier.
I don't remember. What would I be doing there anyway?
Because you are the gardener at Woodman's Lee.
I'm not. How did you...
I observed your hands. They told me that you work with the earth. Small fragments of plants snagged to your trousers indicate that you were mowing very recently. But the most obvious clue presented itself in the bird embroidered on your handkerchief. A crested tit, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, you got me. Yes, I am a gardener, and I went there to get my tools.
So tell me, Mr. Hurtley, what did you hide?
Hide? What are you talking about?
I did as you asked and hid them well. Should I continue?
My letter? But the ink? That's impossible.
A touch of chemistry, nothing special.
Well, you're a smart one, but it's nothing. If you want to know, I was referring to my tools. It was to do with my work, see?
I will check that, Mr. Hurtley. That's all for now. Hurtley's stories are false leads, but now I know one thing for certain. I must examine the site where the garden tools are kept at Woodman's Lee.
What am I doing here?
I'm not saying another word.
Mr. Holmes?
How is the investigation going, Mr. Holmes? Do you have any idea who the murderer is yet?
Ok, donc son portrait il est complet.
Does the name Liam Hurtley mean anything to you?
No, I don't know anyone by that name.
Quelle menteuse!
Madam, we have information that the valuable stolen papers are hidden amongst the garden tools here at Woodman's Lee. We need to find them.
Oh my. Our tools are kept inside the shed that's right behind me. Here is the key to open it.
Thank you, madam. Let's see what could be hidden here. Let us see what is in this box.
J'avoue que j'ai pas spécialement réfléchi.
With the Carey family monogram. Hurtley and Mrs. Carey were in a relationship. That is interesting.
Oh.
Madam, I am aware of your affinity with Liam Hurtley.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Et merde.
Madam, I am aware of your affinity with Liam Hurtley.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Mrs. Carey, we found your letters.
My letters? I asked Liam to return them to me. I wanted to burn them.
Why did Mr. Hurtley put them inside the garden shed?
I don't know. I wanted them back, but I couldn't see him, not after what happened.
Well, here they are.
Oh, this is terrible. Terrible. Liam, how could he? After what he has done.
You believe that he killed your husband?
No, I do not know. I do not know. Leave me alone, please.
Thank you, madam. I wonder if Wiggins has managed to find any sailors.
Hop, alors, faut que je retourne à Baker Street. On voit qu'il y a quand même pas mal de personnages à découvrir.
Mr. Holmes, we found the sailors from that list you gave us.
Well done, Wiggins. Let me see.
Alors.
This is interesting. Let us review the other sailors now. This man is a harpooner, and his initials are PC, the same initials that were found on the tobacco pouch. Wiggins, could you gather some information on one of the sailors that you found? His name is Patrick Cairns.
Et surtout, ce qui est intéressant,
We found Patrick Cairns.
Good job,
c'est
Wiggins.
que
Where is he?
He lives in
celui
a
qui est
small
décédé dans le
furnished
jeu,
comfort room,
il s'appelle
but
Peter
he's always
Carey.
at the Sea
Donc,
Witch pub,
du coup,
where he
les
does
mêmes
arm wrestling for
initiales.
money and drinks.
Excellent. Here is your reward. 2 guineas.
Thank you, sir.
If I wish to speak to Cairns without alarming him, I had better dress as a sailor.
Hop. Alors, faudrait que je trouve une barbe bien dégueulasse. Ah, ça passerait tellement bien. Là, ça collerait bien ça avec l'esprit marin. Oh, voilà. Là, on est parfait.
Now I can approach Cairns and see if he recognizes the pouch. Hello there. Are you Cairns?
What do you want?
We've heard all about the gambling and arm wrestling here. You seem like the likely sort, and I'm up for it.
I start at 10 shillings.
Suits me.
Faire que je spam ou... Non, c'est pas comme ça.
That's the arm that killed 100 whales. Care to lose another 10 shillings?
I'm ready to try again.
Fine. If you want...
Ouais, c'est ça en fait, c'est juste une histoire de spam. Allez, c'est bon, il a plus de force. Tout comme moi, j'ai plus de force. Ouais, vas-y, achève-moi. Je vais quand même l'analyser avant.
I'm ready to try again.
Fine.
Allez. Allez là. Ouais, trop chiant.
You were lucky. I wasn't focused. Let's go again.
Ah, mon bras aussi il était pas concentré.
I'm ready to try again.
Fine.
Ah bah au final je crois bien que ça sert à rien de spammer. Si je peux gagner au moins une fois la loyale sans appuyer sur espace, ça m'arrangerait. Ah, c'est chiant, putain.
Stronger than you look. Here's your 10 shillings.
I'd like to buy you a drink.
Good winner as well. That's good. Let's have a drink.
Parce que c'est pas un gameplay ultra intéressant de voir un mec galérer à faire du bras de fer, quoi.
You're a good Tom. Seems you've managed to settle down in life. You've got money, eh?
Not all that much.
Oh, well. At least you're not as poor as me.
Why do you say poor? You're not working?
I'm a harpooner. But you see, the whalers are rare. They don't pay much. So, as a result, I find myself arm wrestling to pay for my drink.
A harpooner. Interesting. You've had a lot of adventures, I bet.
Of course. It's been a dozen years since I sailed. I've seen everything. Old Wallace, damn Black Peter, Great Roger. We sailed to the Cape of Good Hope.
Black Peter, you say? I've heard rumors about that one.
He was the worst of all. He was a liar, and violent too. Swinging those fists of his around. He was a tyrant, and not much of a captain. At least, not as good as Great Roger.
I see. Yes. I was told terrible tales about Black Peter.
But you ain't heard the worst.
Tell me, and let's have another drink.
It was in 1883 that it happened. The August of that year. Peter Carey was captain of the Sea Unicorn, and I was a spare harpooner. We were coming out of the ice pack on our way home. One evening, we saw a little craft that had been blown north. There was only one man on her, and he wasn't a sailor. The crew must have thought that she'd foundered, and they made for the Norwegian coast in the dinghy. I guess they all drowned. We took the man on board.
And who was he?
I don't know. During the crossing, he and the skipper enjoyed some long talks. His baggage was just a tin box.
That's strange enough.
Aye. Even stranger was that on the second night, he disappeared. Nobody knew what happened to him. And of course, nobody could ask Black Peter about it.
You know what happened, don't you?
I do. I saw the skipper tie his heels and push him over the rail in the middle of my watch on that dark night. 2 days before we sighted the Shetland lights.
Black Peter's a murderer.
Aye. Those that know him wouldn't be surprised to hear it. But all this must stay between us. All right?
Of course. Back in a second. I'm off to the Ghazi.
I'll be here with my drink.
Here it is.
C'est pas là les toilettes? Peut-être là.
Have you got any tobacco? I've run out of mine.
Nah, I lost my pouch. I don't know where. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, is this your tobacco pouch?
Well, oh, it is.
Well, I have to go now. I know a captain who's planning an expedition to Cape Cod. Captain Ahab's his name. He commanded the Pequod. He might need good harpooners. I'll tell him about you.
Maybe. If you like, aye.
I'm done here. It's time to leave.
Ça pourrait coller. Ça pourrait être possible. Mais il existe d'autres alternatives. Ouais, du coup... Donc...
How is the investigation going, Mr. I'm not saying...
What am I doing here?
Je pense que au final c'est peut-être lui, ouais. Parce que je me dis qu'il est quand même plutôt balèze. Et il disait qu'il fallait avoir une chance sur 1000 pour pouvoir transpercer, empaler un mec contre un mur avec un harpon. Et que c'est un harponneur professionnel, donc... Pour moi, ça colle.
If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Holmes, could you explain it to me?
As I informed you on our way here, Patrick Cairns is the murderer of Black Peter.
Why bring me here? Wouldn't it be better if we were out looking for him?
That would be futile, as he will be with us in approximately 12 seconds.
Oh, well, if this is your idea of humour...
No, I just heard the front door. Prepare yourself.
Good day, gentlemen. A young lad gave me a note from Captain Ahab. Am I at the right address? Is he here?
Indeed, it is the correct address. But in place of your captain, may I present to you Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard?
That means... It means, my friend, that you are arrested for the murder of Black Peter. What? What? A trap? You think you can take me? Here now. We'll have none of that. And I say that we will.
Par contre, Lestrade, il s'est pris une bonne tartine. Hein.
Are you able to stand?
Oh, my jaw. Gore. You took me by surprise, Mr. Holmes. Otherwise, you would have seen what I'm capable of. Oh.
Yes, he was lucky.
Ah. Yeah, but you got him.
It was remarkably easy. He lost his balance after he struck you.
And you practice boxing, I know. You must have hit him hard. Our fellow is knocked out.
We should call for a police cab and then take you to the hospital.
Yes, well, no need for a hospital. I would prefer to keep this between us. you know.
Of course, Inspector. The case is closed.
Bah, le mec, il nous a quand même... Enfin, il a voulu taper, quoi. Ouais. Ok. Donc j'ai vu juste. C'est cool.
This trip to the countryside will be good for you, Holmes.
Hmm.
As your friend and your doctor, I really do recommend that you give yourself a complete change of scene. Fresh air, brisk walks, bird watching, chopping wood.
Sounds intolerable. I mean, certainly it sounds delightful.
But you haven't yet told me who your friend is. The one we're going to visit.
He is a bee lover.
A bee lover? Do you mean that he keeps bees? That must be Mrs. Hudson, bringing the warm cloth that I requested.
There is someone to see you, Mr. Holmes.
I have no time. Send whoever it is away.
Yes, Holmes, I really think we ought to leave now.
Mycroft.
Sherlock.
Oh, Mr. Holmes? Perhaps you don't remember me. I'm Dr. Watson. We met at the Diogenes Club a few years ago. I documented our encounter in a short story I gave the title The Greek Interpreter.
He does remember you, Watson. My brother remembers everything, and that is why he is so valuable to the government.
We are about to depart for the train station.
I know.
You know?
Sherlock, I need your help. There are people who presently threaten both our country and the Crown itself. You must help us with those methods of yours.
Need help. Those are not words I would readily associate with you, Mycroft.
I wrote you a letter, but you did not reply. And this is not about politics. It's about people. People similar to those whom you pretend to defend in your petty detective affairs.
Everything is about politics with you, Mycroft. I'm not interested. Have some of your agents, your spies, or worse, undertake this job of yours. You are defending your people, and they have little to do with the people I choose to help, I can assure you.
That's the point. You think exactly as they do.
Who are they?
The Merry Men. He is talking about the Merry Men, a band of idealistic terrorists.
Sherlock, do please think about it. They are planning something diabolical. Your country needs you.
You need me, Mycroft, and you are not the country. Although if your waistline expands very much further...
Mrs. Hudson, tea will not be necessary. Dr. Watson, the train conductor, Mr. Parker, is aware that you will be 7 minutes late. You are in the 4th car. The train will be waiting for you. Sherlock, enjoy your time in Staffordshire. And do, please, at least write to me on your return.
Salut. Ouais, pour le coup, ouais, c'est plutôt pas mal. Un petit jeu d'enquête sympa. C'est plutôt pas mal. Ça me fait penser un peu au jeu que j'avais fait il y a peut-être 1 an, presque 2. C'était The Council. C'était vraiment pas mal. Un jeu avec des choix. Ouais, franchement, ouais, je kiffe bien Bah, Sherlock Holmes, l'univers de Sherlock, ouais, j'aime bien. Ouais. Tue Dieu. Hop. Juste faire un petit truc. Propriété. Configure la vidéo. Hop. Peut-être augmenter la luminosité. Tada. Peut-être pour qu'on voit un peu plus mieux ma gueule. Allez, je vais mettre un petit nuage de lait dans mon eau chaude. Hop. Oh, pour un nouveau canapé, pour changer le
Watson,
tien qui est tout
I'll hold the
pourri.
cab for us. We leave in 5 minutes for the
Il est
station.
très bien mon canapé. Il est très très bien mon canapé. Ouais. Hop.
Yes, at last.
Attention! The train is arriving at the station. Please stand well away from the platform edge.
I'll take your bags and your blasted archive suitcase. But, Holmes, the headlight. It's faded away.
Something is wrong. I can't hear any sound from the incoming train.
Excuse me, sir. Can you explain what has happened?
I don't know. It's as if the train vanished into thin air.
Holmes, say something.
Quick, fetch a lantern and let us take a look.
Il a juste changé de voix, c'est tout.
It's too dark. Only fog and rails, nothing else.
There is no use in stumbling around here at night. We will come back tomorrow. Well, here we are again at Evesham Station. We have a full day ahead. Let us begin our investigation.
Ma déduction, c'est que... il y en a pas. Quoi? Ok.
First of all, let us examine the area where the train disappeared.
Il est disparu là. Ah.
This is the place where we saw the train vanish last night.
A discarded item, possibly thrown. Railway sleepers, nothing unusual. There are no tracks or footprints on the ground. The rail has been touched. There's nothing unusual here. There are no signs to indicate that the train ran off the track, nor are there any other traces. There is nothing whatsoever. There are no clues. But then, a negative result is also a result.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. No clues and you're smiling.
Yes, Watson, I do smile on occasion. This mystery appears very promising. This investigation won't be simple. We shall require a map of...
Perhaps the station master could let... whole train just disappeared. It's...
Je reviens.
unbelievable. A new telegram.
I think we should meet this Mr. Robinson. Here is the train set. A telegraph.
The whole train just disappeared. It's unbelievable.
Railway post bags. This map will be useful.
Là, c'est là où le train il a fait pouf. Bartoué.
An old locomotive bell. This part is probably from a locomotive. This place serves as a storage area for the station.
This part is probably from a locomotive.
Canapé, il est très bien.
Holmes, how is it even possible for a train to disappear?
Good morning. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Yes, I remember you. I'm Station Master Everett. You were here last night. So, you are Mr. Holmes, the great detective. Will you be investigating what happened?
I shall indeed.
It is extraordinary that an entire train could disappear like that. And to think of all the poor people inside it, the passengers, the driver.
Là, il a un virgule de grain de beauté. Là, il a un gros Mickey. Ouh, son manteau il est sale.
Could you please give us any details about the train?
Well, there was nothing so very special about it. At least not that I can recall. My memory's not what it used to be. However, if you need it, you can have the train composition report. It's inside my office.
According to the train composition report, there was a special wagon. What does that entail?
That's a highly secure car, ordered by a private party. It is generally to carry something of value. Those wagons have iron walls, you know, without any windows. And they're fitted with a complex key lock.
That is important information. Do you know what was inside this particular wagon?
Certainly not. No, that's private. And it's not my responsibility to allot the wagons to whoever.
Was there anything exceptional about any of the passengers aboard the train?
What do you mean? Like officials? I wouldn't know. Oh, but now that you mention it, yes, there was something. There was a message from Bridlington station saying that the train had been delayed because of an issue with the passengers. But what kind of problem that they didn't say?
That is interesting. You mentioned a problem at Bridlington station. I should like to visit this station. Could you mark it on the local map?
Of course. It's a suburban railway station. You might take a cab.
See you later, my good man.
The entire train has disappeared.
Holmes, how is it even possible?
Ah, bloque pas! Barre-toi! Nani?
A telegraph.
Et toi? Et toi, celui qui fait semblant de pas savoir que je suis là? T'as l'air tellement suspect, toi. Ah ah! Ouais. On n'est pas en Transylvanie, mais... C'est tout comme...
Railway post bags. Good day to you, sir.
Good day. To whom am I speaking?
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is...
Are you a representative of this damned railway company? Because I have a complaint.
We are not from the railway company. We are...
Well, in that case, Mr. Shamrock Flomes, please excuse me, but I'm not in the mood for idle chit-chat at the moment.
Ah, tu sens que c'est le bon ricain, quoi. Vêtements coûteux, non, gros bidou, ouais. Le beat coûteux. Bah, tu m'étonnes.
Mr. Robinson, is that correct?
Yes?
I am leading the investigation of the disappearing train. It would help if you could answer my questions.
Ah, well, all right. I have nothing to hide.
I presume it was you who placed the order for the special wagon.
Yes. It was to transport my valuable prototype safely to London. My prototype is a revolutionary device. It is capable of producing electricity. I'm a businessman and an engineer. I had already found several potential customers for my invention, but I was very optimistic about the directors' board who were travelling on the train last night.
You mentioned a director's board. Which company do they own?
The Chilean Barcazas Company. I had made an appointment with them. Now they are lost, along with the train and my prototype.
What do you know about the Barcazas Company?
It's a large South American company. They showed a great deal of interest in my prototype, and they seemed wealthy enough to do business with.
This revolutionary machine of yours, was it very valuable?
Ouais, ça fait des Big Mac.
It is priceless. It could change the world we live in. Yet, I was selling it for almost nothing. I am a humanitarian, you see. I do not know if I will ever be able to get over this disaster. I cannot believe that it disappeared with that damn train.
La recette du Big Mac avec la sauce a disparu. C'est un désastre.
Could you please clarify? Were you traveling alongside your prototype?
Yes, I was. But I had to step off the train. And all because of this stupid station master.
I received the
Mais
telegram
oui,
declaring that an important
c'est le
person,
colonel
Mr.
Sanders.
wished to see you in the waiting room. I merely informed you of this.
La recette de ces tenders de poulet.
His interest in my invention was truly unexpected. So yes, of course, I agreed to see him. Unfortunately, he wasn't there. I thought perhaps he might have been delayed, so I chose to wait a while. But despite my requests, the train left the station without me. Absolutely unacceptable.
The timetable is strict. We cannot wait any longer. The regulations require the train to be on time.
You are an idiot.
Aïe,
You
aïe,
will
aïe.
pay for it. I will sue you.
Goodbye, sir.
I will not move from here until I
This is an absolute scandal. It's always the same with these rail companies. No respect for the customer.
La cinquième roue. Il a pas de ziquette.
Please calm down, sir. What is your concern?
Concern? What is my concern? I'll tell you what my concern is. Last night I were on the train as usual with my colleague, heading home. Then along came this ridiculous ticket inspector, who started arguing that our tickets were invalid. He made us get off the train, and he was extremely rude about it.
Were you aboard the train that vanished last night?
Yes, I heard that it disappeared, but I don't care because we would have stopped before then anyway. Our tickets were valid, and no doubt about it. And then, to top it all, the ticket inspector pushed everyone else out too, except for a bunch of rich. Well, because their type don't need a ticket.
Can you recall anything more specific about this fortunate group?
Well, yes. They were all foreigners. Spanish-looking toffs with snake eyes.
Goodbye, sir. The ticket inspector forced all the passengers from the train except for the directors of the Barcazes Chilean Company.
Je suis désolé de te l'annoncer.
I will not move from
Tu viens de te faire
until
voler
I
ta
receive my
machine.
refund.
A telegraph.
Oh.
The insurance policy for Robinson's machine. A significant sum.
Ah ouais.
According to this document, you have insurance for your prototype.
Oh, thank God. Where did you find it?
Near the telegraph station.
I must have lost it when I tried to send a message, which I was prevented from doing.
I apologise for that, but regulations state that public access to the telegraph is strictly prohibited.
Upon my word, you keep on digging that hole of yours. You have no idea who I am.
Je suis le colonel Sanders.
I see that you kept your grip sack with you. Why don't you leave it in the luggage room?
I've had other things to think about. I lost my prototype. And this idiot station master just stands here doing nothing to help.
Oh, but...
Well, that won't do at all. Station master, I believe that the regulations state that any passenger luggage should be taken to the luggage room.
I'll do it right away, sir. Sorry, sir.
This Robinson is quite a character. We should learn more about him.
I will not move from here until...
It's a scandal.
Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you?
Good day to you, sir. My name is
Hop, je vais me chercher un pain au chocolat.
Sherlock Holmes. I am investigating the unfortunate disappearance.
Je savais pas que ma machine à café à moi, elle serait aussi grasse.
I'm Station Master Bertram.
Où est-ce que je pourrais la mettre?
Not informed me about this. I do not know if...
Do not worry. I have only a few questions.
Tache d'encre. Ah, je sais pas pourquoi j'aime bien viser le nez.
Station Master Everett from Evesham told us that you reported a problem with some passengers last night.
Indeed. This train is a regular line for those who work at Nottingham. But yesterday, everyone was asked to get off the train here at my station. I've no idea why, and it delayed the train. But the worst of it is that now I have to deal with two furious passengers who are complaining about the company's service. They stayed here the whole night, but people do not usually pay much attention to the regulations, you see. There are very strict and clear rules. Paragraph 234 of Article 2G-43 states that in the event of a complaint, you must...
Yes, thank you.
En mode, ta gueule, je vois que t'as retenu ta son, mais s'il te plaît, ferme-la.
Apart from the passengers disembarking, did you notice anything else that was unusual last night?
I did, and I mentioned it in my report to our higher management on the matter.
What was it?
Sorry, but I can't tell you. The station master's reports are confidential.
Confidential, you say? How long have you been working here?
I have worked here long enough to be quite capable of managing a railway station.
Tu mens.
Apart from the passengers disembarking, did you notice anything else that was unusual last night?
I did. And...
What was it?
Sorry, but...
Confident...
I have worked here long enough to be quite capable of managing a railway station.
Mais merde, tu Dieu. Bla bla bla.
I have worked here long enough to be quite capable of managing a railway station.
Mais merde.
What was it?
I have worked here long enough to be quite capable of managing a railway station.
Let me speak frankly, Mr. Bertram. Your age and your lack of confidence in your position are quite apparent. You cannot deny that you have only recently completed your studies.
I was at the top of my class.
Listen here, young man. I am aware that you wish to protect yourself behind all these regulations, but I represent the law.
and you are obstructing the investigation of an important case. I would suggest that you cooperate with Mr. Holmes. Think of your career.
Boo, boo, boo.
That is...
Well,
I'll tell you everything. First of all, I scolded the ticket inspector, for it was he who asked the passengers to leave the train. It was not his right to do so. He was very rude. And then, later on, I received a most peculiar telegram from my colleague at Chesterfield Station, the next stop along the line.
What did the telegram say?
Well, that was the peculiar thing. It was almost unreadable. It was full of errors and awfully vague. It was hard to understand if the train had correctly passed that station or not. You can read it for yourself.
We ought to visit Chesterfield Station. We need to confirm if the station master saw the train or not. Telegraph.
Don't touch him.
I will not.
It's just...
Et vous là-bas? Bon. Et toi? Et toi? Et toi, tu veux causer maintenant? Non? Eh monsieur?
Railway post bags. A handcar wheelbase. Interesting. It appears that elements of the same construction were scattered everywhere. Watson, please tell me, do you believe in magic?
Of course not, Holmes.
Then you are of the opinion that a train cannot simply disappear.
Well, we both know that that is obvious. Why are you asking such peculiar questions?
A little patience, Watson. You will understand my point quite soon. So, are you quite certain that you saw the train at Evesham Station?
Yes, of course. We saw it coming. The headlights, and heard the whistle.
But that is it. We didn't see the train itself.
Oh, Holmes, I'm a little confused.
Mais c'est pas compliqué. Ils ont fait croire que c'était le train, mais il est jamais parti. Ou il a pris un autre chemin.
locked.
Pourquoi c'est fermé?
A fishing advertisement.
The whole train just... This bin is full of empty bottles.
A telegraph.
I had thought that all station masters knew the Morse code, but apparently not.
A telegraph.
Charcutes, fromage, du pain. Et il se met bien lui. Bâtard, ça me file la dalle.
How could he fall asleep at work like this? Excuse me, sir. Wake up. Ah, his breath. He must have swallowed half a distillery.
And that explains the how.
By his sleeping off the alcohol, you mean? Wake up, please, sir.
What? The 18-hour 72 train has arrived?
Good day to you. We are investigating the disappearance of last night's train, and we should like to ask you a few questions.
Il n'y a pas que le nez qui est rouge, hein.
Were there any passengers who got off that particular train at your station last night?
No, nobody, it seems to me. Although I did not leave my office, so...
No doubt you were very busy.
You don't say. You can't ever get any peace around here. Now you have to send a telegram each time a train arrives and departs. Oop.
The station master Bertram from Bridlington showed me a strange telegram that he received from you last night. It concerned the train, but it was barely comprehensible.
What? He's a fastidious little twerp, that Bertram. I remember everything quite clearly. It was late, and I was tired, but I did my work. So what? There's no need to be so petty. What? He's a fastidious little twerp, that Bertram. I remember everything quite clearly. It was late, and I was tired, but I did my work. So what? There's no need to be so petty.
You were not tired, you were inebriated. Tell me the truth now, or I shall not hesitate to document your state in my report.
My friend means that you will end up by being sacked from your position.
All right. So I was drunk. I don't remember all of yesterday, to be truthful to you. Please don't go harsh on me.
Holmes, this man has consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. He's not entirely helpless yet, but...
It will not be long before he is. Obviously, his testimony cannot be trusted.
Bah, il a fait de la merde, quoi.
Holmes, how is it even possible?
A fishing advertisement. Locked. There is no sense in asking the station master. Bags were recently dragged here. French wine, a remarkable vintage. These bottles are too expensive for a station master's wage. They were likely taken from the parcels.
Shameful.
These tools were used quite... Railway post bags. French what? You have quite a number of dirty tools lying around here.
Ah, yes. Well, thank you for reminding me. I should clean them. Although, it might be easier to put them outside. Seems it might start raining soon.
I meant, what were they used for?
Some workers came here and borrowed them from me. They wanted to lift the edge of the railway to one of the stations on the line, so that the water wouldn't come in too close.
Who were these workers?
Well, they didn't seem to be from the company, but they was fine lads. They invited me to share a drink. And whatever it was, it had a kick to it. They wasn't English. No, I don't believe so. But see, they knew just what a man needed to brighten up his dull evening. Ah, will I...
The whole train just disappeared. It's
a fit. This part is probably from a locomotive. This part, an old Railway post bags.
The entire train has disappeared. It's a disaster.
Hé, sérieux celui-là?
This grip...
I think we should open it, Holmes.
Of course. Look, Watson, a bundle of contracts. Very suspicious. We should study them carefully. Mr. Robinson is the seller. An exclusive sales contract. Yet another exclusive sales contract. Mr. Robinson is the seller. Yet another exclusive sales contract. Mr. Robinson is the seller. Yet another exclusive sales contract. Mr. Robinson is the seller. Well, it is very clear that this Mr. Robinson received prepayments from various people for his machine.
Donc en fait, il a foutu sa merde.
I will...
It's a...
Don't touch anything, please.
A telegraph.
Ah, tu Dieu.
A telegraph.
The entire train has disappeared. It's a disaster.
Railway sleepers. Nothing unusual. There are no tracks or... The rails have not been touched. There's not... A discarded item, possibly thrown from the train.
The entire train has disappeared.
Railway post bags.
Ah, j'ai bien dû louper quelque chose par ici. Parce que regarde.
Is probably from a locomotive.
Quand même des pièces idéales pour faire une drésine. Mais bon, si on me dit que j'ai déjà examiné, c'est que ça sert à rien. Puis là, il y a ça aussi, là, cette pièce-là. Parce que on voit des traces. Heureux. T'as pas raté grand chose, hormis le fait que... Bah je galère, ouais. Ouais, toujours sur le train, c'est ça.
I should use
Non, en fait j'étais bloqué là-dessus.
Now here we have the fake train that we saw approaching Evesham Station last night.
Doesn't look much like a train to me.
Be patient, Watson, I haven't finished yet. Try using your imagination. Our train requires only a headlight and a steam whistle.
Martha!
We need to attack. We need to.
Hop, et je sais, on peut choper ça. Ouais, c'est là. Ils ont fait un faux train. Ça, je l'avais déjà deviné. Mais non, c'était un faux train. Parce que regarde, il y a une cloche, il y a le sifflet à vapeur. Quoi? Ça vient pas de là. Ah non! Où est les bâtards? Et pourtant ça collerait tellement. Tu vois ce truc là? Ça fait chouchou.
This part is an old locomotive bell.
Ah les bâtards.
This Robinson fellow seems suspicious to me.
Ouais, moi aussi, il m'a l'air suspect ce Robinson. Pour moi, c'est le colonel Sanders. Ah, j'ai trouvé le phare. Ouais, c'est ça. J'ai trouvé le phare du train. Quoi? Ça collerait parfaitement avec les pièces que j'ai trouvées. Nani.
We need to attach a headlamp.
Bah ouais, mais pour ça faut le trouver, le machin. Ah!
The long pole is now attached. The headlight is attached. The steam whistle is now connected.
Holmes, what can we do to make the steam whistle work?
It is elementary, my dear. The fire extinguisher. Now let us see what we have here. The steam whistle is ready. Watson, I do believe that we have created an exact replica of the train that vanished in front of us last
cuits
night.
là-dedans.
The criminal mind can be most inventive. I am somewhat in awe.
So such a thing is possible. If someone went to all the trouble of creating this fake train, then it was surely with the intention of stealing the real one.
Ah, Watson, you should not jump to conclusions. In fact, this does not tell us very much at all, except that the train did not evaporate into thin air.
Although you half suspected it.
Ah, at any rate, we now need to find where the real train might be hidden. I suggest we use my archives to find a more detailed map of our surroundings.
Well, I hope that justifies our having to load your massive archive suitcase onto the cab. It made us extremely unpopular with our driver.
Ah oui, si, j'avais trouvé... Enfin là j'ai plus d'indices pour le moment, mais... Donc il y avait l'histoire des Chiliens à bord du train. En fait ils ont fait exprès. Au final on sait pas si c'est réellement... Enfin, Colonel Sanders, si c'est lui le fautif ou c'est la victime. Parce qu'il y a des magouilles avec 4 ou 5 boîtes différentes par rapport à son prototype. Donc il va essayer de... Ouais, c'est pour ça. Je sais pas, j'hésite. Celui s'est vraiment fait couillonner. Mais les Chiliens sont quand même restés à bord. Et je pense que c'était volontaire. Pour l'instant ça je peux pas vraiment avoir de détails là-dessus. Tant que j'ai pas les infos sur les autres... les différentes trajectoires du train. Donc je ne sais pas. Mais bon, le train, ça c'est clair. Le faux train, il est vrai. Hop, ça c'est bon. Bon. J'aimerais quand même... Ouais, je vais aller l'interroger à nouveau. Parce qu'il est chelou quand même. Colonel Sanders, votre KFC il est pas bon.
I will...
Eh merde. Non, reste pas planté devant. S'il te plaît. Merci.
Now we have two maps. We must combine them properly.
Ça collerait avec ça. Hein?
Here it is. There is a side branch to the railway. Its first switch is located between Bridlington and Chesterfield stations. There is one more station to be visited. It is located between Chesterfield and
Je le savais.
and there should be a side railway.
Parce que il y avait un dessin dégueulasse.
There is a small section
Enfin, il y avait un carré blanc.
at the end of Evesham station.
Tu vois, là il y avait rien. Et maintenant il y a ça. Et il y a ça. Alors, moi je suis là. Je vais aller là.
The switch is rusted, but it still works.
Voilà, enquête résolue.
I'm always
Di-di-di-di-di.
wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
The switch is rusted, but it still...
In the same direction as the railway.
Bon, c'est pas grave. Ouais,
Holmes, look. There's a flooded area over here.
le train est sous l'eau.
I believe that the flooded area might be worth checking.
J'annonce, le train est sous l'eau. Il est passé par là. Puis il est allé là. Il y a encore les bulles d'air des gens. Les gens sont en train de mourir noyés là. Ils sont en train de décéder. Qui es-tu, étranger? Ah.
A funny character. He looks anxious.
And he is not an English. This scent is familiar to me, but in order to recognize it, I must combine my associations into
Almada.
one picture. A greenish-brown cigar with a strong aroma, a hint of...
burrito!
Ricardo. You already know the name of this man? Holmes, you amaze me.
No, Watson, I refer to the cigar. It is a Ricardo
Me llamo
a Mexican
Jennifer Lopez.
Quite an expensive one, too.
Me llamo Jennifer Lopez.
This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs. A greenish-brown cigar with a strong aroma. These ashes and cigar stubs are similar to the one...
That means that the fellow spent several days here. Judging by his clothes, he's hardly a traveller or a tramp.
Well concluded, my dear fellow. A man who smoked the Ricardo brand of Mexican cigar spent several long days at Doncaster Station. Apparently, there was a conflict between the Mexicans and the Chileans. This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs.
Newspaper articles on horse racing, hurdle, steeplechase and flat racing. He is a true enthusiast, Holmes. Newspaper...
A telegraph.
Vas-y.
Railway post bags. This post bag belongs to the station master. The station master appears to have found himself in some financial trouble.
Mais barre-toi, tu dieu!
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. John Watson. We are investigating the case of the vanished train.
Is that so? Well, good day, gentlemen. I am Mr. Duff, the station master of this station. I'll be happy to help you in any way I can, but there's not much that I can tell you about last night.
Aïe. Aïe aïe aïe. Malheureux.
It appears that you may be at risk of some flooding along the line here.
You mean that the whole bloody lake is at our feet?
Quite so. But it is strange, because according to my map, there should be a quarry here, and behind that, the lake.
How should I know? I only arrived here a few months ago.
And where did you work before that?
Well, I was working in Nottingham, but I asked for a quieter place, so they transferred me here. Life is cheaper. I can't really complain.
Did any passengers leave or board the train last night?
No. I saw no one as usual. I reported the train's passage by telegraph. Just the same as all the other nights.
All the nights, yeah.
There was a gentleman of Mexican origin, I believe, in the waiting room.
No.
Did you notice him?
What? A Mexican? Here in the back of beyond? Are you quite sure about that?
Goodbye, sir. It is obvious that we cannot inspect the quarry. Instead, we can check the beach area around the flooded lake.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
This railway branch should lead to the quarry. Let us take a look. The switch is rusted, but it still works. The rail is rusted. The railway ends here. That is strange.
Est-ce que ça collerait pas avec ce que je disais? Les bulles, c'était les gens dans l'eau. Ah ça, c'est comme quand tu prends un bain avec ta meuf. T'as des bulles mais tu sais pas d'où elles viennent.
These traces were made by a carriage. Look. The vehicle pressed this stone into the ground. It would have been quite heavy. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here.
Je sais pas, ça c'est chelou.
Nothing interesting here.
Ah,
Nothing interesting here.
c'est 1 mètre.
Nothing interesting here. Nothing. 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 Nothing interesting here.
Ouais, c'est le gros cul.
The vehicle would have been heavy, as these tracks are quite deep. These traces are relatively fresh and were made by a large truck loaded with materials.
Barre-toi.
An advertisement for lake cruises.
Ah mais arrête de me coller le cul.
What a clever and devilish trick.
An abandoned gypsy caravan.
Il y a du sang, une botte, de l'alcool. Oh, c'est une Java qui a mal tourné ça.
This place was abandoned fairly recently. Observing the coastline and the moored boats, we are able to see that the lake's water level dropped. The lake has flooded the quarry. The dam was probably breached.
En fait, le train a pu passer parce que l'eau n'est plus assez profonde. Parce qu'à la base, je pense que l'eau elle devait être à ce niveau-là. Parce que vu la gueule des bateaux... Oh, ça je sais pas moi. Rivage, déchets sur le sable. Les Zarpas.
A label with the name Las Zarpas.
Alors pourquoi il y a du sang et une botte? Alors...
My search should be focused upon the name. My search should... My search my search
Des homards volants.
my search
Non, c'est pas ça.
my
Les hommes crabes, les hommes crabes.
my search my
Manufacture d'allumettes.
my search
Ah, ça doit être le Brésil.
my
Non.
my search my
Non. Bah, ça aurait rien à voir avec ça.
my search my 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 search my search
Ben voilà. J'ai trouvé.
Here it is.
Alors... Je vais passer au peigne fin ce truc là. Pourquoi pas au peigne cul? C'est drôle parce que le bouquin qu'il lisait c'est le nom du jeu. Ta ta ta.
This ashtray
Ouais.
is full of ash. A greenish-brown cigar. These ashes and cigars.
That means that the fellow spent several days.
Well concluded, my dear fellow. A man who smoked the Ricardo brand of Mexican cigar spent several long days at
qui
Doncaster
sait?
Station.
Qui sait?
This ash.
Non mais c'est pas possible.
Betting slips for horse racing. The sums are quite impressive.
It can be an expensive vice. This man had probably used all his savings.
Étoué.
I observe that you are a gambling man, Mr. Duff. You had hoped that your relocation to this small town might have helped ease your addiction, but it was not to be.
I beg your pardon? Addiction to what?
We found a number of horse racing tickets inside your office. Well, we all have our weaknesses. An expensive obsession, surely, for a station master.
It is none of your business. I occasionally attend the races with my colleagues. And anyway, that's my private life.
Goodbye, sir.
Ici, je dis qu'il est passé et qu'il a peut-être coulé. Non, ça colle pas, donc il a pas coulé. Ensuite, ces chiens, ils étaient dans le train. Au final, c'était lui la victime. Alors, examiner l'embranchement secondaire d'Evesheim. Non, c'est pas là.
This suitcase contains my archives.
The entire train has disappeared. It's a disaster.
Je veux bien, mais... Examiner l'embranchement secondaire. Bon... 17h, peut-être pas tard d'arrêter moi. Parce qu'après, il y a le sport, moi. Ah non, oui, je travaille, mais je suis de repos là. Mais dans l'idée, si tout se passe bien, je dis bien, je ne travaillerai qu'un jour par semaine.
It would be quite possible for someone to redirect the train
Ouais.
towards the mines.
En gros, ce serait jusqu'à décembre. En gros, ça fait que 12 jours à partir d'octobre. Que 4 jours par mois. Voilà.
Here are the mines, Holmes. They appear to be abandoned.
The distance between the tracks is about 4 feet 8 inches. A lightly loaded vehicle came this way. There is a wooden beam lying on the rails. A small vehicle with wooden beams went down this way.
This mine has completely collapsed, Holmes.
It is curious, but to be truthful, I am not entirely surprised.
It's difficult to follow.
Someone removed these screws, most probably to take down the rails. A few feet of the rails have been dismantled.
C'est de la dynamite.
This is an unusual kind of paper, stiff and dry. It was used for a specific purpose. Let us look inside. Sawdust. I am almost certain it is a... Watson, could you assist, please? Do you have your pistol? Good. Fire at this package.
Pourquoi c'est moi qui dois tirer, pas Watson?
Dynamite.
Non, je pense que on a créé la cachette pour dissimuler le train. Attends, c'est quoi mes autres indices? Talk.
This box must be the safe. Let's open it.
Alors. Quelle difficulté. Oh mon Dieu.
The Mexican company Caracal and the Chilean Barcazas both want to buy the mines. I need more information. Perhaps Mycroft could. Watson, it seems that both South American companies were involved in the purchase of the mine.
The man at Doncaster who fled our approach, he smokes Mexican cigars. Perhaps...
Yes, Watson. We should certainly speak with him.
Alors...
Please, sir, we would ask you not to leave. We have some questions.
Are you the police?
No, we are employed by the railway company. We are collecting witness statements about the train that disappeared last night.
Lo siento, I'm in a hurry.
Really? It seemed that you were waiting here for someone. Could you tell us if you were at the station last night?
No, I just arrived from South America.
A formidable journey, no doubt. Which country are you from?
de Chile.
Alors, la sauce à tacos, un bout de steak haché pour le burrito, la sauce salsa.
Chile? But you are Mexican.
No, you are wrong. Why would you think I'm Mexican?
Parce que tu fumes un cigare mexicain.
Because of your cigars.
Sí, cigarrillos. So what?
Those cigars are the Ricardo brand, from Mexico. It is quite impossible to find them anywhere but there.
Pero not your business.
I don't suppose that you are on vacation. What business brought you here?
I was to meet my fellow compañeros. Where did you arrive yesterday? They were on that damn train. I will stay here and hope that the authorities find them, or their bodies. It's now my responsibility to repatriate them.
Who authorized you to do that?
The company I work for.
Could you tell me the name of the company?
It's not your concern.
And what is your name?
Enough questions. Buenas tardes.
Not a very friendly man, and he is lying. He said that he just arrived, but we know that he has been here for several days.
Il y a encore pas mal de personnages à découvrir. Bah écoute, hop, là je sais qu'ici j'ai un télégraphe.
I asked Mycroft to find out some information on the WEA Coal Company. Here is his reply, and it is an interesting one.
Oh oh, nouvel indice. Alors, où est-ce qu'il est ce deuxième fichu embranchement? Parce que là, il se passe ça. Si je vais là, il se passe ça. Oh putain.
There was a building here not so long ago.
But I don't understand, Holmes. Why would anyone destroy the shed in such a manner?
It was disassembled in great haste. It is most odd.
Tout ceci me paraît suspicious.
All these trains and railway stations, Chileans, Mexicans, and Robinson with his prototype. Holmes, I'm utterly lost.
Oh les gros bourrins. Ils se sont dit, eh vas-y, nique sa mère les rails. On roule sur la terre, bah les couilles, ça passe.
Let's take a closer look.
Bah ouais, c'est obligé que ce soit ça. Ils ont fait rouler le train sur la terre.
The distance between the tracks is about 6 feet 7 inches. The vehicle would have been heavy, as these tracks are quite deep. These traces are relatively fresh and were made by a large truck loaded with materials. The traces found at the disassembled shed near Evesham and at the lake were from the same vehicle.
Mais ouais, je cherche pas plus loin.
All these trains and railway stations, Chileans, Mexicans, and Robinson with his prototype. Holmes, I'm utterly lost.
It appears that there was a small warehouse near your station and that it was disassembled. Why is that?
It was burgled overnight about 2 weeks ago. The police have already started their investigation, but I doubt that they'll find anything.
What was inside the warehouse?
Nothing of value. A few 100 feet of standby rails and some spare railway parts. But it wouldn't be easy to steal all of that. Why would anyone want to?
See you later, my good man.
Eh, n'empêche, ça collerait tellement. Ah ouais, mais là j'ai pas 15 000 solutions là. C'est le truc, il est apparu comme un grand pouf. Bah en fait, il s'est passé ça. C'est con hein. Euh, Mais ce serait quand même un peu abusé enfin, de trouver parce que voilà, j'ai aussi cet indice là que j'avais pas fait gaffe. Hop, il est passé par là. C'est un sabotage. Et on arrive toujours à la même conclusion. Bon bah bon bah ok. Ouais, ça ferait sens, hein, mine de rien, quoi. Ah, un choix difficile. Parce que du coup, Mycroft, c'est un peu le spécialiste. Ça. Tu vois, j'ai trouvé et utilisé tous les indices de l'enquête. Maintenant, je dois me démerder pour trouver la bonne conclusion. Arrive toujours à la même conclusion. Donc, soit en fait les Mexicains ont foutu le merdier et ça a causé des morts et la destruction du prototype, soit les Chiliens l'ont volé et là honnêtement je préfère laisser la diplomatie faire le taf. Quand c'est quelqu'un d'autre qui peut faire le boulot.
Then the case is solved, Holmes. What do you intend to do?
Well, I shall require assistance for the arrests. There were accomplices.
Ah, but I know that look. You have your own ideas. What are they, Holmes?
On the one hand, we have the local constabulary and advice from our friend Lestrade. The problem we have there is that the authorities seem to be incapable of acting quietly. They rely on brute force. It could result in an international scandal. Our other option is Brother Mycroft and his tedious political games. He will locate the guilty parties without any trouble, but it will be a long and drawn-out process, and possibly with some compromise that will be to Mycroft's benefit. But I think I'd prefer to give Mycroft a chance. We should overlook our personal differences on this occasion.
Let us go home, then. I'd like to begin writing a draft of this story.
Est-ce qu'on regarde ou pas ce que j'ai vu juste ou je me laisse le doute? Eh merde. Ouais, vas-y. Attends, je vais changer d'avis. C'est la première fois que je fais ça, donc ça se trouve, j'espère ne pas tout recommencer, c'est putain de long. Hop, donc du coup, c'est pas le vol. C'est... les Mexicains furieux. Mais dans tous les cas, ouais.
Well,
Eh, qui c'est?
but
Ça se trouve, c'est encore un autre choix que j'ai pas vu.
Watson. But how do you intend to prove? Of course, you already had a plan.
Bon.
Well, the case is solved, and we...
Right away.
In a manner of speaking, can you believe that the rescue service miraculously saved one of the Chileans who were on board? The police have ordered his immediate escort to London on the next train.
He pulled through then? He's alive?
Yes, by extreme good fortune. His condition is quite serious, and the method of transportation has its risk.
Il y a beaucoup trop de dialogue, donc ça m'a l'air d'être ça.
The doctor and police officers. The gentleman carries some vital information on this case. I am sure of it.
Ah, really? Your station will be famous, Mr. Duff. The journalists will be here before you know it. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Ok. De l'action.
Gentlemen, you are under arrest.
Caramba! You traitor! You double-crossed me!
Good shot, Watson. I always knew you were a talented marksman.
I didn't want another life lost in this case, Holmes.
Oh my.
Oh, j'aurais pu lui mettre une grosse praline dans la tête. Hein.
You shouldn't be so glad about it. You'll be up before the judge.
Your testimony will be of great importance to the investigation. I would remind you that your cooperation will be the best way to ease your sentence. By the way, Watson, would you be so kind as to give me some shooting lessons later on?
Yes, but not in our sitting room, and not with you wearing a blindfold.
Allez. Ah! C'est toujours pas ça. Mais bordel. Bon, alors. Qu'est-ce que ça peut être? T'imagines? Non, non, je les ai tous, les indices. Non, c'est juste moi qui ai mal formulé la... Non, ça se trouve... C'est vraiment une victime qui avait aucune rancune entre les Mexicains et les machins. Qu'en fait, il est passé par Doncaster. Et qu'en fait, il s'agissait réellement d'un sabotage. Qui est passé par la carrière. Et qui est passé par Chesterfield. Non, comme ça. Ouais, ça se trouve, il... Ah non, non, non. Non, ça se trouve... C'était un accident. Ça se trouve, c'est ça. Ah non, je l'ai fait ça. Ouais, je les ai fait les Chiliens noyés. J'ai fait le vol. J'ai fait... Ouais, j'ai fait la mine, ouais, mais pas celui-là. Oh, je sais pas, on va essayer. C'est bien cool de pouvoir revenir sur son choix et être sûr de pouvoir
Then
filer.
the case is solved.
Well, I shall require...
But
on the... But I think...
Let us go.
No, I did...
Well,
Watson, we know that the Barkazas Company...
But how do you intend to...
Huh. You...
Of course, you...
Well, the... In a... Yeah, the...
Bla 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 bla. Plus tard. Bla bla bla.
Gentlemen, you are under arrest.
Caramba! You traitor! You double-crossed me!
Et si je lui mettais la praline dans la tête? Non.
Good shot, Watson. I always knew you were a talented marksman.
I didn't want another life lost in this case, Holmes.
Oh my god! I thought I was a dead man.
You shouldn't be so
Ouais,
blind.
mais
You'll be up before the judge.
Sherlock Holmes et
Your
Watson ne sont
testimony
pas
will be
des
of great
meurtriers.
importance to the investigation. I would remind you that your cooperation will be the best way to ease your sentence. By the way, Watson, would you be so kind as to give me some shooting lessons later on?
Yes, but not in our sitting room, and not with you wearing a blindfold.
Ah bah voilà. Allez, je classe l'affaire.
Holmes, what happened?
I feel deathly.
And you look it. Let me examine you. Please don't tell me that you've returned to your old habits.
J'ai trop bu.
The pupil is dilated.
Ouh, y a de la drogue. Non.
The temperature appears to be normal. I need to concentrate and count the heartbeats. I need to concentrate and count the heartbeats. A weak pulse, around 50 beats per minute. But you're dying, Holmes. Your pulse rate is dropping. We need to get you to the hospital immediately.
The antidote. Give it to me.
The antidote? You mean that you're poisoned?
Now. Please.
Here, drink it all. Don't tell me that you did this to yourself.
Hemlock and the Datura. I was compelled to.
Holmes, imagine if I'd not returned home when I did. What might have happened?
I knew that you would.
Mr. Holmes, Inspector Lestrade is here to see you.
Mr. Holmes is unable to see anyone at the moment. He is unwell.
A good day, Inspector.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. I'm glad to find you here.
Le gros bâtard.
This is a strange one. We have brought in 2 young bankers from the city, sons of lords, members of the chamber, and so on and so forth. They were found stranded in a rowing boat that was drifting on the Thames.
A romantic escapade with an unhappy ending, Lestrade.
What? Well, yes, they were both in the bath, but... what?
As I said.
And they were tied together.
You are lacking in imagination, Inspector.
Well, no, I'm not. Anyway, there was a banner flapping about in the boat with the RMS Oceanic printed on it and signed by the Merry Men.
The Oceanic? Isn't that the largest steamer ever built?
Yes. And these 2 young banker chaps are sons of the owners of the White Star Line, the company that built it. There are rumours of corruption.
I'm not interested in politics, Lestrade.
I'll keep it then. Here's another one that's a bit more complex and maybe to your liking. It's a murder, but we're unable to find any weapon. We haven't touched anything. It's at the Roman Baths in Strand Lane.
A murder, a vanishing weapon, the Roman Baths. That's for us. Watson, fetch on.
Ouh, déjà connu. Hop. Éthique neutre. Je sais pas trop. Le fait que j'ai modifié trop de fois, ça m'a fait changer mon éthique en mode j'aime pas trop savoir que. Il a vraiment pas de nom, il s'appelle juste Mexicain. Lui c'est passage en colère, je suis pas content. Il est pas content. Ouais.
My archive.
Hop, et ce sera tout pour aujourd'hui. On verra l'enquête un peu plus tard dans la soirée ou demain. Je sais pas, ça dépend de moi. Ou ça dépend de la madame. Oups, je suis démasqué. Pardon. J'ai le sport qui commence à 20h. Je termine à 22. Le temps de rentrer chez moi à 20h30. Le temps de bouffer 23.
My analysis table. It is useful for my work.
Hop, allez. Bah ouais, comme je suis de repos, ouais, bah ouais. Bah, disons qu'en ce moment, c'est si je me couche tôt, je me réveille à 3h et je dors plus. Si je me couche à 3h, je me tape une nuit complète. Donc, le choix, il est vite fait. Ouais, je passe des super nuits d'enfer, quoi. Mais en tout cas, il est très très sympa ce petit jeu là. Bah, du coup, ouais, Borderlands 3, je l'ai fini. Mais du coup, faire les DLC. Après, bah, celui-là, je suis en train de le faire. Enfin, de le continuer. Et tu Dieu qu'il est pas évident. Ah, pareil, comme tu m'as dit qu'on s'attendait, enfin comme on s'est dit qu'on s'attendait plus ou moins pour faire les DLC, comme ça. Je suis tranquille. Oh puis j'ai déjà Kubi. Le nouveau. Tu veux dire celui-là là? Celui qui fait partie de là. Et après, qu'est-ce qu'il y a de ça? Ouais. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a dans Maïs de Fouesse? Ouais, il y a ça, Donjon Nullbuck. Et surtout, celui que je kifferais bien qu'on se fasse, c'est celui-là. Il m'a l'air quand même cool.
If you're waiting for the biggest game of the year, then wait for Cyberpunk. But if you're ready for the smallest, we've got you covered. From Obsidian Entertainment, the makers of games that are nothing like this one. This summer, strive together to thrive.
On dirait presque un The Forest, le bazar, mais un peu plus réaliste quand même. Après, tu vois, je peux décaler l'écran juste assez pour faire croire que je ne l'achète pas, mais que tout d'un coup, subitement, je l'achète. Non, je verrai plus tard, j'ai déjà trop de jeux à finir. J'ai Sherlock Holmes, j'ai Half-Life Alyx, j'ai Ghost of Tsushima. J'en ai pour un paquet d'heures. Non, je stream pas Half-Life Alyx. Ok. Xbox rachète Bethesda. Ah non, 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 c'est comme si tu me disais que Disney... Ouais, merde. Mais The Elder Scrolls, mais Doom, Doom quoi. Ouais, voilà, c'est ça. Hop. Ah, je vais faire un petit essai. Hop, je vais stopper le live. Et au lieu que ce soit sur mes cartes graphiques, je vais mettre ça sur le Pros. Voir ce que ça donne, si c'est mieux ou pas.